Okay, here we are, back with more Ace Attorney after after not being able to stream this last week. So it's been 2 weeks since my last Ace Attorney stream. I have no idea what the fuck's going on because I didn't bother rewatching my last Ace Attorney stream before going into this. I just remember that we finished day 3, which was an investigation day, and we're about to go into day 2 of the trial, which is apparently split into 2, so unlike the first day of the trial, which was just one part, this is at least 4-1 and 4-2, which is fun. Let's see how far we can go. Maybe I'll stop being a dummy and we'll make it through case 3 today. Oh yes, and before anyone asks, there may be, LG said he's going to be here at some point, just running late. Dawning may not be here because she started getting another headache, but we'll see how it goes as far as goblins go. I'm hoping this will not be a goblinless stream. Alright, back in the courtroom. January 8th, 9:46 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, no ones, except January is the first month, so there is a 1. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggey. Okay, I didn't know that was Maya's line, but I should have figured it. Somebody would have said that. Good morning, Maggey. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single I don't even remember what that mystery was that it ended on. Shit, I'm gonna be so screwed. Oh well, we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, you know, Gumshoe never actually gave me back the contents of that bottle that I found in Armstrong's kitchen. The one that wasn't like the aromatherapy stuff. I wonder if that's going to become the evidence that I need in 4-2. It's also funny what stupid shit I remember when I don't actually remember what happened at the end of day 1 trial. Also, hi, Pokey Delta. Were you speaking of me, or was I speaking of you? I don't remember. Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination and probably confusion, because as with every case in this universe, is bullshit. Hello, Joe. It's going fairly well. How are you, sir? Why don't I believe you? Oh, me of Gumshoe. He hasn't shown up yet. Also, Gumshoe is decidedly not the devil. He's far too incompetent for that. It's nearly time, Maggey. You'd better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey! Oh. Well, he does show up. Alright, so he did. Pokey Delta was correct. Is he going to give me what I was just talking about? Because I swear I didn't look at any of this. Normans, I'm doing alright. How are you? Gotta get a whole lot dumber. Ah, your wisdom teeth. Well, if it's any consolation, Joe, I had my wisdom teeth taken out. Well, my lower wisdom teeth taken out 22 years ago? And I seem to be doing okay. I might be a stupid, though, but it doesn't really matter. How old is me? Well, okay, I'll clarify, and this is not doing any favors towards potentially completing this case today, but I had my lower wisdom teeth taken out ridiculously early. I had to, because the way they were coming in, they were squishing my 12-year molars, and they would have, okay. Contrary to what you all may think, my mouth is very physically small. Like, okay, I have a big mouth personality-wise, but my mouth is physically tiny. So when my lower wisdom teeth were coming in, they were making my 12-year molars come in at like a 45 or 9, well, almost a 90-degree angle. So somewhere between 45 and 90. Let's call it 60. They were making my 12-year molars come in at like a 60-degree angle, which would have been bad. So even though the wisdom teeth hadn't even fully formed yet, still had to go have my have them drill into my gums, yank out the nubs of the wisdom teeth that were not fully formed, and straighten out my lower 12-year molars. So, just as a fun fact, my lower 12-year molars did not breach the gums naturally. My mouth might be physically tiny, but Jesus fucking Christ, it was expensive. And yes, as Pokey Delta says, I am 34. I had my lower wisdom teeth taken out at 12. But it is the reason that they didn't do the uppers at the same time, because the uppers, there's a little bit more room up there, so it didn't have the same problem. So that's it. Let's figure out what the hell Gumshoe wants, because he's been standing here for a while. Hey, pal! Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggey out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? Because stressed backwards is desserts. I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost a case already. Show a bit of confidence, will yous, pal? Oh, good. Excellent. Again, I'm blind. Well, not literally blind, unless someone tells me take the glasses off, but it did pop into my head that as I was going to this, that there was a piece of evidence that I should have that did, but okay, so Gumshoe's giving it to me last minute. Yeah, maybe disallow. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. I almost didn't. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. Yes, this is the small bottle that joined up in Trabian's kitchen a couple of days ago. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? No, we know what the poison is. I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Oh yeah, it's the ear medication, isn't it? Medication? Oh, that's what the fucking mystery was. Duh. Right hand, left hand, ear medication, this medication. Well, good lord. Okay, well, this unfortunately ties up everything very well. Medication. Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. Don't eat it. For ears, you mean? Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using for his ruptured eardrum. Yup, Klepto stole the med bottle. What was Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? The same fucking thing the Magatama was doing in the kitchen. Small bottle refiled into the courtroom. The victim's ear medication found covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something out of the prints, but, it's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial. I'm going to expose Fauxnix Pastaboy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Noodleman. January 8th, 10 o'clock a.m., District Court. Courtroom no 4s. Godot. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggey Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ah, yes, of course. This makes perfect sense. Ready and waiting, as always, Your Honor. Coffee. Well, as long as he's got his coffee in his hand, that is. I feel like he'd be a little cranky if he didn't have coffee. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Godot. Claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left... Hello, Uzi! Good to see ya! Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Ha! Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. It's good to be on, Uzi. I was not able to stream last week because of a Jewish holiday, but such is life. Well, last Monday, I should say. I still streamed last Wednesday. ... You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. We've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved these contradictions? No, he's implying that he didn't resolve the contradictions, but he just wants you to stop thinking about it, otherwise you're a loser. God, I fucking love Godot. He's a hoot. You know the answer. You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the set. And today, I'll prove it. Are you going to suggest Victor Godot was a fucking co-conspirator? Now I'm confused. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. Oh good, I've been expecting Armstrong. And you are? Oh, bonjour everyone! I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of Le Très Bien Restaurant. Enchantement. Enchanté. ... Forgive me for asking, witness, but... Are you a woman? Oh la la, monsieur! As you can see, I am le pert and perky gentleman, non? On the day of the incident, you were in Très Bien's kitchen. I mean, it would have been weird if he wasn't, considering he's the head chef. Isn't that right? With you, monsieur. The question mark? Question mark? Everything feels right. Oh. Oh! I thought and I think Godot thought the same thing too, that he was saying that on the day of the incident he was in the kitchen with Godot. But no, he's flirting with the masked man, who would never go out with him because he makes a terrible cup of coffee. Also, if he is Diego Armando, like I suspect he is, being poisoned with a cup of coffee in his restaurant probably brings up some bad memories. Everything feels right. Cup number 2. Ha! Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate? Oh, posture check. Good thinking. I was leaning a little bit too close to my computer. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Très Bien. Let me review my court record before I get into this shit. So I've got the attorney's badge, I've got my Magatama, both of which are probably going to be, well, actually my attorney's badge might not be useless. Ah, I see. I must use the German accent for Jean Armstrong. This is going to be a very, very funny thing to do. However, you stupid farfel munchers, I am in the middle of reviewing my court record. So there's the sports paper, there's the magazine clipping, there is job listings, which for some stupid reason I still have in my court record, and the lunch special, which was disgusting. It was horrible. There is the scooter written by Fauxnix Pastaboy. His Jean's loan contract, Victor's testimony, the floor plans of Très Bien. Oh, I did not mean to switch to people. Then there is the autopsy report, which again, I was correct about his time of death being closer to 1:30 than 2:30. I remember that because I am a genius. Then there's the crime photo, and the cup of coffee, the victim's lottery ticket, the apron in which was found the potassium cyanide, the victim's prescription bag, then the victim's appointment with the Tigre, the paper badge that the Tigre was using in order to fool everyone, the MC Bomber virus, the millionaire radio flyer, which I will use to prove to these stupid farfel munchers that the execution of Glen Elg took place at 1:30, not 2:30. Then there is a lunchbox filled with wieners. Then there is Viola's medical papers, which say that Fauxnix Pastaboy had to pay $1 million for surgery for Viola. There is the Très Bien matches, and now I have the small bottle of medication for the ear. As far as people, there is Maya and Mia, there is Godot, there is Maggey, Glen Elg, then there is Dick Gumshoe, Victor Kudo, Jean Armstrong, Lisa Basil, the robot, Viola Cadaverini, Bruto Cadaverini, and my Impasta, Fauxnix Pastaboy. Very well, with my court record reviewed, let us get on to the testimony. Please tell the court what happened that day at Très Bien. Oui, volunteers. Whitney's testimony at Très Bien. When it all happened, there were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day, like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. It is very weird to do the French pronunciation with the German accent. Oui, perhaps that is la old man, that is what la old man was looking at. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses, he would have seen everything in reverse. 9. Mirror. That makes no sense, you stupid farfel muncher. Oui, un grand mirror, la most enormous mirror. Then where are those? Then where is that mirror now, Mr. Farfel muncher? Also, where would that mirror have been? It must have been, or it would have had to have been, in front of the window, and that is a stupid place to put a mirror. Yes, Pokey Delta, I am aware that Armstrong is lying. Though I do not know if he is actually wearing pants or a skirt. Oh, he is in fact wearing pants. And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this bullshit. Spoilers, it's always too early in the morning for this bullshit, even if it's afternoon. Alright, let's take a fucking look at the layout. Where the hell would he have had to have put that mirror? Because I think they were both well, okay, let's say... No, where the fuck would he have put that mirror? I mean, again, I know he's lying. But, like, the lie is so fucking obvious, because you look at the floor plans, where the hell would he have put the mirror? I mean, maybe he could have put it on one of the partitions between the table. Well, okay, so the partitions between the tables, right, between the forward and backward table. So we're talking the kitchen is the back, the door is the front, right? So the partitions between the two tables, that wouldn't make sense to put a mirror on. But maybe I could see him possibly putting a mirror on the wall behind the register facing the table, and maybe an equivalent one on the wall closer to the entrance, again facing the table, where Victor Godot was sitting. Maybe. But hold on a second, because I also have a picture of the crime scene, right? Yeah, no fucking mirror. Well, no, Glenn Elg wasn't sitting on at a part of the table where that would have made sense. He was sitting closer to, because that was taken from the kitchen. So where this was, or where this was taken, means Glenn Elg was sitting closer to the actual solid wall as opposed to the partition. So forget it. There's really no good place to have put a mirror. All right, now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. When it all happened, there were just two customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what... Oh, right, I'm supposed to actually press on shit. I'm voicing it with the actual French voice now. Press. And who were the two customers exactly? Mice, of course. The young man who died? And the other not-so-young man. You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume. What about the other man Maggey says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose. No shit, Sherlock. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Press. You were experimenting with Art Deco. How come I never heard about that before today? You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur? Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong? This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decoction? What? The judge has lost me. No, Art Deco, it is a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing. Ah, yes, of course, that Deco. I was trying to achieve a more effeminate look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of la decor. Like having a large mirror between the... How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Buff! Something about 4 meters wide and, about 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is about, 1 meter is a little bit more than a yard. A yard is about 900-ish millimeters. So 1 meter is about 3 1/3 feet. But yeah, that is a large mirror. So where the fuck did it go? I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? There was no mirror on the ceiling, no. Nice none, but I decided not to go through with it in the end. Abso-fucking-lutely, press harder! If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Godot or Maggey Bird's testimonies. But... Objection! You didn't ask, trite. You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. Fuck you, but also technically correct. What? A mirror was delivered to Trebien the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the... Where the hell does he get the money to pay? Oh, right, he's $500,000 in debt. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Trebien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Correct. Ha! If you want to doubt someone, trite, look in the... Clever! Clever, Godot. Look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in a mirror. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. Normally, I'd expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Objection! Normally. How does normality come into this? That's lame, trite, even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? and the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here. Well, trite. Heck, not the hair. I do not have a top knot. Mr. Godot is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. Bien, logique is one la day. Everything in reverse, none. Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse. Hey, Nick, we should take a second think about what old Seedy said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again? I mean, Maya does in fact have a top knot. The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And he used the same hand to pick up the cup. His left hand. If he saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? Ha! It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but do you think old Seedy saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all of the contradictions in his testimony. But that just makes the situation worse for Maggey. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We've just gotta dig deeper. Alright, let's start pressing again. What do I have in my court record? I need to look at this. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Is the only thing that's in Victor's testimony. So the HMD would only be able to be worn one way. I think. And since I know we didn't see Lisa Basil in reverse, there's no way he would have seen... Maybe? But she's not wearing the same HMD, so they could argue that he just had one that was... So I don't know. I mean, yes, I know. To contradict, it's got to be this statement. I'm pretty sure. Cup, earpiece, and glasses would have been in reverse. So again, my line of thought here is potentially twofold. I'm not sure what Glenn Elg's profile would prove, because everything that we see about him wearing the HMD over the left eye and left eardrum was ruptured. Right, we know his left eardrum was ruptured, but the HMD over the left eye was purely based on Victor's testimony. And if they're saying that it was in reverse... I mean, again, that's why I'm thinking Lisa Basil might be the correct profile to present here, because she has an HMD over her left eye. And again, we didn't see her in a mirror. I can tell you that firsthand. But the other thing that I'm seeing is, if this is actually a picture of Elg... So I'm seeing this as potentially two ways. I could present Elg's own profile. I've got a chicken coming home. I am a chicken. But since Lisa Basil isn't immediately relevant, I can take the profile at face value and say HMD was over the left eye, and I'll at least try to present this first. If I get a penalty, I get a fucking penalty. Objection. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in the mirror, he wouldn't have been able to see the earpiece, would he? It means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Okay, hang on. I'm not sure where this is going. Unless it's going exactly where I thought it was, in which case I'm still somehow a genius. Exactamente. You see, monsieur. Now that you think about it, it is not so hard, none? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monument. Okay, so it was his profile that I needed to present. Literally the picture of him with it over his left eye. I should have seen that coming. Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order, order. Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. Objection! Objection! Aha! How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll is he gonna toss the coffee cup again? It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks. You remember, I thought you didn't take it. I thought I had the only copies of this, but okay. You remember this, I presume. The I broke the vase, sorry, apology, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. That old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Aha. So what you're saying, Godot, is that Victor Kudo's testimony is correct where you want it to be correct, but it's incorrect where you don't want it to be correct because he's confused and mistaken. I call bullshit, and if that was going to be your strategy anyway, why bother with the whole mirror trick? Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man. Oh, another one so quickly. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear his left ear? Ha! Well, trite. I don't fucking understand the argument that you're making, Godot. The quality of the impression doesn't matter? Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Godot is good. Oh, if I had known that they were actually going to lean into the impersonation bit, I would have done my Victor Kudo voice. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his test. So why the fuck are we even bothering with any of that testimony? Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. Okay, and? I'm still confused here. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. Ah, good. About fucking time. The mirror. Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? La mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. What? There is only one seat, which you could have seen. There is only one seat from which you could have seen a image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victims, where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. Well, okay, technically I can't see. Technically, I can't see the seat where Kudo would have been sitting. But that is a stupid place to put a mirror. I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. But I don't think he would have been able to see the waitress. No, he would have been able to see the waitress. What a naughty little coquette I am, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. Arg, I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything. Oh! The ear medication. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Volunteers, of course! Put that in your fucking... Well, okay, that is in his testimony. Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. A mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. That is a stupid-ass place to put a mirror, you dummy. So run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? Oui. Oui, really? Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It would be in the way. Objection. Look who's talking, trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things. But, this is my seat in the courtroom. Trebien's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only No, that's not its charm. You literally are the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Unlike you. I mean, if the whole point was to see, or was to make it seem like you were the only customer, why put it in the one location where it would cause the two customers, the only two customers allegedly, in the restaurant to actually be able to see each other? I tell you, monsieur, the mirror was there in the middle of the restaurant. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. Oops. Press. And where would that be? He showed us already. Ooh la la, look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones, as the older ones do. You know. Do you know? Handsome, shall I tease you too? Aha! I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. That's true. His mistress is coffee at this point, and at the rate he guzzles them down, they are always very hot. I bet she has mocha cream skin and a cappuccino perfume. No. He takes his coffee black. Bien, I will tell you, there was only one seat from which you could have seen. That was la seat at the table next to la victims. That is where the old man was sitting. Hold it. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? Mais, monsieur, it is obvious, non? If you look at la plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror. I mean, someone should have ended... Look, if contempt of court was a thing in this universe, Poké Delta, many... Well, okay, no, it is, because Maya ended up in jail for contempt of court. So how the fuck does it not happen more often? Especially when Franziska was literally whipping the judge. Bah, who cares? She's Franziska. She can get away with it. La victime would have been reflected in la mirror, like so. If you were sitting at la table next to him, you would see everything, non? So that's the seat old Seedy was sitting in on that day. When the poisoning happened. The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does that seem kind of odd? After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. Hold it. Did you move the mirror while Mr. Godot was off calling the police? Oui, exactement. I carried it out of la restaurant. Yes, Snowy. My French accent is very fake. Then, you moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself. Armstrong is strong. What can I say? I know how to pick things up. And some... ... Heh. Godot actually laughed at something. Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? I look like the obliging type, none? Hold it. Are you sure about that? I touched nothing except for la mirror. ... Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. Ha! Suffering from a case of heartburn, trite. Oh, I have just this thing for that. Oil with golden myrrh and frankincense. Add a few drops to your coffee, and voila! Enjoy. Focus, Phoenix. Breathe. I need to ignore those two and just find some evidence. It is pretty strange, though, isn't it? Snowy, we are well aware that this is not how court works. This is already Ace Attorney 3, and this is the third case of Ace Attorney 3. Yeah, no, this is it's a game. I have come to accept it as a game. I'm still going to laugh at how stupid it is. But I do that for every game I play. I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You'd think somebody would have, but Maggey didn't, and neither did old Seedy. Then the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Très Bien that day. Now I've just got to prove it somehow. So here's what I'm thinking. I don't think I'm going to prove that it's a game full... No, the game full of clowns is West of Loathing, which, in fact, does have demonic clowns in it. This is just a game full of stupid people. So here's what I'm thinking. The victim's ear medicine is what I probably want to present here. Because it was found covered in... I mean, it's unidentified fingerprints, yes. But it was found in the kitchen. He would not have had time to move the mirror, which was big, and pilfer the medicine. But the medicine wasn't found at the crime scene, so I need to present this. Objection. Ah, fuck. But it does! But it does! Literally nobody else was in the restaurant that would have been capable of moving that medication. Maggey was unconscious. Elg was dead. Godot was gone. Right? He was out, getting a payphone and calling the police. The only one there was Armstrong. How the fuck does this not work? You all can follow my logic, right? I'm not crazy. don't tell me when the things become relevant, Pokey Delta. That's just spoiling. But again, he literally said he didn't move anything other than the mirror. But this medication found in his kitchen, not at the crime scene, literally proves that he did not. So, okay, maybe it's not disproving the point that I needed to disprove, but it proves that he's lying. I mean, I know that the medication bottle is relevant. Also, hi, LG. I know that the medication bottle is relevant, otherwise they wouldn't have given it to me. But my question is, how is... You came in at a really stupid time, LG.
Oh, fantastic.
So I'm about to get a penalty. Well, I just got a bot. I'll fix that. Let me explain to you what happened and why I'm annoyed.
Yeah.
I'm at Armstrong's last statement of his second testimony.
Okay, that's great. That tells me exactly what I'm looking for.
Yes.
So the testimony being, but naturally I did not touch anything else.
Correct. And I presented...
Rad.
I presented the medication bottle.
Uh-huh.
Because it was found in the kitchen, not the crime scene.
Certain amount of logic there.
Right. And the only people that were in the restaurant at the time that the poisoning happened, and this has been previously established, were Armstrong himself, the victim, Maggey, and Victor Godot. Right, that's what we're all assuming up to this point. That has been basically confirmed as God's scripture. So, at the particular moment when the medication... So, again, the fingerprints on there are unidentified, I'll give you that. But, like, at the particular moment, the only possible moment that that medication bottle could have been removed, Elg was dead, Maggey was unconscious, and Godot was out looking for a payphone. So who was the only one that could have taken that medicine bottle?
That does make sense, yes.
That medicine bottle literally contradicts that statement.
That does make sense.
Except the judge is now saying, how exactly are the evidence in that statement just now related? And I know I'm about to get a fucking penalty.
You are.
Fucking stupid. No, Phoenix, they are. Use your brain, you goddamned moron. They are absolutely related. We know and the key point that I was trying to make, because we're all talking about this mirror, right?
Yeah.
Godot was only gone for about 5 minutes. The point I was trying to make was that this was a big-ass mirror. Armstrong might be strong, but he wouldn't have had time to remove a mirror that big and still pilfer the bottle.
Yeah, he wouldn't have had time to move a mirror, would he?
I mean, and pilfer the bottle. That was the angle I was going for.
That's not the angle they want.
Well, their fucking angle is stupid. Because I can't figure it out, but it's still stupid. I thought the facts over. I really, really did. I did. You can't tell me I didn't think that over. But what am I... Like, I'm so confused as to what I'm supposed... I mean, I already mentioned that it's a really stupid place to have put a mirror. I've also mentioned... I mean, again, the only other thing that I can think of is the photo taken by Armstrong of the crime scene from the kitchen. But the way that photo is cropped, you literally can't see the seat where he's saying that Godot would have been sitting. And you can't see... You can't see where the mirror would be.
Honestly, just looking in and poking around the general area of what's to come, I'm genuinely not 100% sure what you're supposed to be logically drawing on, because it's been so long since I've done this case, but I think you're going at it from the wrong angle. Stop thinking about the bottle.
I mean, obviously I'm not thinking about the bottle anymore, but I'm just, you know, again, the angle that I'm now looking at. Well, so, okay, Pokey Delta saying statement 3. That's the seat at the table next to the victims. It's where the old man was sitting. So obviously I gotta find something that proves the old man wasn't sitting where he says the old man was sitting. My chicken about the crime being staged. Yes, I know that chicken is gonna come home to roost. I figured that out last week because of Gumshoe. I am so fucking confused.
I forgot how much evidence is in this case.
Oh yeah, there is a lot. I kind of love it, but I also kind of hate it. Because, I mean, I'm looking at the crime photo again. And again, it's impossible to see the seat where he said old man would have been sitting. So I can't use this to discount. I can't use this to discount that's where Victor was sitting. And also, it's not far enough, it doesn't show far enough into the restaurant and away from the tables that I can disprove that a mirror was here. So I don't see... Broke the vase at his seat. Do I have to present Victor's testimony? Because I don't see how this proves anything.
Well, if he broke the vase at his seat...
Right.
The table that he has in the picture, is there something weird about those two connecting thing? About that connection?
Oh shit. Oh shit. I was looking at this the wrong fucking way.
You were.
I was looking to use this photo to prove, you know, to see the seat where Godot would have been sitting. But no, the fact that the vase is standing makes the point just as well. Alright, so I'll present the crime photo first, and then his statement. And the only reason that I'm presenting the crime photo first is because I'm already here.
Well, yeah, it's just easier that way.
Yeah. Objection. This piece of evidence... Okay, that's basically what you said about the medicine bottle.
Mr. Wright, how are these things connected?
They're not, are they? Well, they were, but... This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Alright, so I assume you're going to start voicing Armstrong and Godot now.
I would love to, yes.
Excellent. Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist? Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite.
Not untrue. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? My nose! I'm gonna pick it! But yeah, no. It's the vase. I think it's pretty obvious that that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase? What possible connection does that have with this witness's... I was about to say this victim's testimony. That would make shit a whole lot weirder. Well, okay, I guess he technically is a victim. The victim of blackmail.
In a way.
Yeah. And extortion, but whatever. What possible connection does this have with the this witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. Thank you, Mr. Godot. There's one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Godot broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Godot was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Yeah. Don't be an idiot, Trite! That's impossible! That seat's the only one Godot could have seen the reflection from.
Assuming there was a mirror and assuming that he was viewing a reflection, which is your entire premise for why Godot's testimony was inaccurate. Exactly. ... Exclamation! There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror, and thus he was not seeing it. Well, that's two conclusions. There was no mirror in Trebien that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Do that again? Good enough.
Oh, I'm peeking, aren't I?
A bit, yes.
Oh, I'm having the dawning problem.
Yeah.
Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene.
Then the table would be wet. Still. Objection. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Nice coffee chugging. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? Very good. Yeah, he cleaned up the vase while moving a 12-foot by 6-foot mirror. Exactly, Pokey Delta. And he moved that mirror while pilfering the medicine bottle. I still say my point there was perfectly poignant. But yeah, whatever. I was right, there was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear?
You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours.
I literally just
How
proved
do you
it.
explain what the old man saw?
If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? I mean, there's literally everything Maggey said, right? 2 people, not 1. Then there was the CD, but there wasn't a CD. Right? All of those contradictions, plus the contradiction that I learned from Gumshoe, that they always announce the lottery at 1:30 p.m. Remember what Maggey told us. Yep, another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Because it's all subtracting! Wait, no. Subtracting is just adding negative numbers. It's all multiplying? No, because that's just... Well, multiplication is just adding the same number a certain number of times. So is it dividing then?
Well, no, that's just multiplying by a fraction.
Yeah. So if it's not any of those things, why would nothing in this case be adding up? Well, let's see what the brilliant Dr. Fauxnix has to say. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradiction in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. Ha 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 ha! Yes, vindication. Mr. Kudo made a mistake? No. The ear doctor made a mistake? Not fucking likely. The victim was a phony. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all. I figured this out, immediately. I think.
Yes, you're very intelligent.
More like I figured out how these fucking games work at this point. There's one very simple answer. Well, okay, obviously I haven't figured out how these fucking games work yet because I screwed up and got myself a penalty, but whatever. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were 2 completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter. Or should I say, an impasta. A phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Yeah, because again, I mean, the other thing is, we're pulling the same shit we've pulled how many fucking times right now? Which is, since X person wears this...
There's no possible way that anybody else could wear that outfit!
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Aha! Number 6. Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom.
Quiet, why don't you clear out of here, huh?
Godot, that's not helping your case at all, and if the judge clears out, you're still going to have a problem, because that means trial's done for the day. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish here, but his visor's smoking, so I assume that there's some damage to his brain going on. Also, this would be another example for contempt of court.
Absolutely.
What did you say?
Right. Are you saying what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup?
No shit, Sherlock. Which I'll say instead of his line of yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection! Get real, right? Why would anyone want to do that?
To obfuscate literally everything that happened in the case and make us chase our own goddamn tails like we've been doing for the past 5 years? Okay, 1 month, but still. Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... The serving girl brought him a Javicino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to... Judge, what's hard to believe is that you have a hard time believing... Look, I get it. It is cockamamie bullshit nonsense. But how many times have we been through cockamamie bullshit nonsense at this point? And again, most of them come back to the same basic shtick, which is X character wears this outfit, literally nobody else is able to or could possibly wear this outfit.
It truly is incredible how often they go to this well.
Yeah, we'll see how well that does in the next 3 games after this. Oh, LG.
Yeah.
Did I tell you I bought the Apollo Justice trilogy?
Yeah, very exciting.
I mean, I was planning on streaming that after this anyway, but makes it official. Anyway, Judge, again, the hard thing to believe here is that you're finding it hard to believe anything is possible. It's so hard to believe, but there was one, and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show, quote-unquote, Maggey Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee.
Objection! Are you insinuating that the witness in the old man story...
Not witness.
The waitress! That the waitress in the old man story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening.
That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? He did. He was in on it.
This is most difficult for me.
Objection. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. That explains why they killed me off. She'd drive a diamond T through these cases. Diamond T? It's probably a reference to something I don't get, but yeah. No, Mia was too smart for this universe. That's why they killed her off. I know. I would potentially say same thing with Gregory Lost as Edgeworth. But technically, Okay, technically he came the closest to defeating Manfred von Karma before Fauxnix came and defeated von Karma. A tank transporter. That makes sense, Pokedelta. Anyway, was there, in fact, a phony at Trebien that day? Or a Fauxnix, shall we say? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. Why do I get a feeling this will neither be accurate nor in detail?
Oui.
Alright, let's go. In the restaurant.
La victim, Monsieur Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Mon Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all.
Je vous demande pardon! Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
So we can't trust anything that he says right now. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong, but since we don't actually give a shit about that, it's going to continue happening. I will decide... Oh, wait a minute. I think this is I think this is a first.
Yeah, it's I'm pretty sure it's the first time they've mentioned punishing perjury.
Well, I think it's the first time they even used the word... Well, no, I don't know if it's the first time they used the word perjury.
I think Fauxnix uses it. Yeah, pretty sure Fauxnix uses it at least once before this.
But this is...
But I don't think that claim goes anywhere.
Yeah. No, this is definitively the first time they actually mention doing something about perjury. Like actual punishment for perjury. Holy fucking shit, the Ace Attorney universe is evolving. We're all doomed. In about 5 million years, they may be halfway competent.
Maybe.
I'll still be... Look, I'll still be alive, so I have to worry about this. I'll decide how to punish you later.
Oui.
For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. Alright, Pokedelta's telling me not to press on Statement 2 if I don't want to progress the story. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination.
I mean, that feels like a weird claim, since there definitely are roads back to cross-examination from pressing Statement 2.
I'm just saying what Pokedelta told me. But in the meantime, I'll press... this one, which is the first statement. Hold it. Was he alone at his table as well?
Mais oui, I saw him from la kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Ms. Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table.
Objection!
I mean, objection! Huh. Unfortunately for you, Trey, yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone.
Yes, but what we're looking to prove here is that this was a setup. So his statement means nothing. Exclamation mark.
You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite.
What coffee squirms, sir? What do you have in your coffee? I did not know Phoenix was going to say that. But okay, yes. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? Indeed. I have to guess poison at least once, because I'm still convinced he's Diego Armando. It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all... Is Maya allowed to be wise? Alright, so statement 2 will at least tell me how to progress. I don't care if it tells me how to progress, as long as I can just loop back to cross-examining.
Yeah, it will change the testimony wording ever so slightly if you get it right.
If I get it right. So let's press
well, you have to
anyway.
ask the right questions.
Oh. By old man, you mean Victor Godot, correct?
Oui, he often comes for my special coffee.
That sucks.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
And then you'd wish it was poisoned.
Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more.
So Mr. Godot arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe...
Everybody's gay for Godot.
You know what? I would say Lost as Edgeworth would be too, because the one thing we know about Lost as Edgeworth and Godot is that somehow Lost as Edgeworth said that he was a formidable prosecutor, despite the fact that Godot hadn't even done any prosecuting at that point. Also, I see what Snowy did there.
Oh, we just brought Mr. Edgeworth up, but why don't you tell us a little more about him? How do you feel about Miles Edgeworth?
He's a jackass! I'm sorry. Oh boy. Alright, fine. Yeah, you know, again, it is really a shame that they don't, like, this jumping around from prosecutor to prosecutor to prosecutor in all of the Ace Attorney games, actually having a good antagonist, a consistent antagonist, would be fantastic. And Edgeworth made a very good foil in Ace Attorney 1.
Say it as Old Bag.
Oh, yes, because everyone knows Old Bag loves Edgeworth, and she really does. And so Old Bag's voice to confess exactly how I feel about Edgeworth, or Edgy Boy, or Edgy Poo, or whatever the fuck I want to call him, is exactly the right voice to do for that stupid snipper whappers. And another thing. Edgeworth is the best prosecutor, and he is the best rival. And I know the argument that they made, this stupid argument that they made, that if you kept beating him over and over and over again, it would reduce him as an enemy, or as a rival. But in actuality, he was the one who beat you. It handed to Phoenix his only loss in Game 2, in a very climactic case. Now, one could argue that Phoenix wanted to lose that case, but it still was a victory for Edgeworth. And another thing, Edgeworth not getting any screen time in this game so far is a crying shame. And I don't think he's gonna get any screen time in this game, because I don't see how they're gonna wrap up that Diego Armando mess, probably the Godot mess, the Dahlia Hawthorne mess, or any of that stuff, and still have Edgeworth in this game. It doesn't make
Oh, don't worry.
sense.
He'll be here. Don't worry. They'll find a way. I say, fluttering my eyelashes.
You're looking forward to voicing him again, aren't you?
Oh, very much so.
Well, good, because this series needs more Edgeworth, not less Edgeworth. And again, it's a damn shame that he keeps getting replaced as prosecutors. None of the other prosecutors are as good as him. None of them. Because he actually knows what it means to be a prosecutor, and he knows what it means to truly be the best at what he does. Also, his evolution as a character in Game 1, and him acting really as you can be a good foil for another character, even if you consistently lose. I mean, look at the Pokemon games, right? Does your rival get to beat you even once? No! They're still a good rival.
Technically, yes. Most of the time, they're allowed to win the first fight.
Okay, yes, the very first fight, maybe. And technically, Nimona is allowed to win, which just conclusively proves that she is the best rival. But that's a whole other story. But for the most part, your rivals in Pokemon games, the game literally will not let you progress until you beat them. Canonically, they are never allowed to beat you. Except maybe in that first battle, and that usually comes down to luck anyway. Or you'd have to be stupid and not be using the potion or whatever device, whatever cheat mechanism you had. But regardless, I mean, now that doesn't mean that the rivals are all good, because the rivals in X and Y suck. Whereas the other rivals, up to X and Y, like...
Had to work it in somewhere.
I'm still pissed about that game. Whereas the other rivals, up to, like, Gen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the rivals were all very good. And they acted as good rivals and good measuring sticks for your progress, even if you kept beating them. So I don't agree with the argument that they couldn't have Edgeworth as the main lawyer, the main antagonist in these games, just because it would have been stomping him flat over and over and over again. Because again, especially if he becomes more of a friendly rival, which he does as of Game 2, really towards the end of Game 1, but which he does when he comes back in Game 2, then it's not really beating him so much as it is working with him to solve a puzzle. It becomes more of a collaborative thing than a rival thing. And that dynamic works too. Right, that's the whole premise of part of the first and second games. Striving your best to get to the truth. Unraveling every contradiction. And getting to the bottom of whoever the hell's bottom you need to get to. I'm pretty sure it's been more than 5 minutes. And you know what?
Oh, probably.
I need a shot of whiskey, so I'm gonna be right back.
Alrighty, you do that.
Don't tell Dawning. I gotta remember, I don't have an open bottle of whiskey at the moment, and I just have vodka. So I either have to remember to get mixers, or to get another bottle of scotch so that I don't feel bad about opening the one that I have just for shit like this. Ugh, I hate straight up vodka. Anyway, are you there, LG?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Good. So, don't ask anything, how many minutes after, or what time was it? Also,
Whatever you ask, though, you'll have to do it without your glasses.
I was gonna say, I believe you only used 2 of those little goblin nose bests.
Yeah, well, it was no good burning the last one while you were just rambling about Edgeworth.
No, understandable. Alright. You'll have to remind me where I put my glasses. Shit, which one was which? And which one do I even have selected?
You currently have selected what time was it?
Okay, so I think that's the bottom one. If I squint,
Correct.
I can kind of see little yellow things. That's the one I think that I want to highlight, or that I want to ask. But since I'm an idiot, which one is... So I think the top one is don't ask anything. So, alright, if I go based on what I'm seeing as far as length of the squiggles, I think the top one is don't ask anything. You told me that the bottom is what time is it, so I think the middle one
Yes, I
must
threw you that
be...
softball.
Yeah. I think the middle one must be how long after or whatever that one was. So that's... I want to ask that just because I know it's not the right question. Because I know where this is going. We're going to trap him. Because the lottery is always announced at 1:30. So it's this one, I think. I can't tell if I was right or wrong. And well, he's asking something, so I'm pretty sure that I didn't choose don't ask anything. So you're saying, by the way, nobody redeem posture check because it's going to be awful if I actually going to make any progress while my glasses are off. So you're saying...
No, I'm not that evil.
You're saying that not much time elapsed between when... Jesus Christ, my eyes are bad. The victim and Mr. Kudo arrived. I think this is the first time someone redeemed no glasses, or made me take my glasses off, since I'm in this second soundproof booth. Christ almighty, the setup for this makes that so much deadlier.
Oh, it's a lot
shouldn't have said
darker in
that.
there, I'm guessing.
Hmm?
It's a lot darker in there, I'm
Not
guessing.
just a matter of it being darker, but my computer is further away.
Ah, yes.
So
Oui,
it's...
that is correct.
Okay. But that still leaves the possibility that something happened in that red squiggle, which I'm assuming is supposed to be important, but I can't fucking read. Gap of time?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. And by your recollection, how much time would you say eclipsed? Claps? Clapped?
Ooh, let me see.
Oh, elapsed!
There we go!
I didn't read it, I just figured out what it was supposed to say by context.
Oh, approximately 2 minutes, I would say.
2 minutes? I thought he said 5 minutes in the testimony, but sure. That's all? It seems unlikely that anything... Unforward? What? That's not a word! Which means I'm probably reading it wrong. Oh, nothing untoward.
There we go.
Could have happened in such a short time. I'm like half inferring these by context as opposed to actually reading.
Hey, it's working.
Ralts? Ralts? What is Ralts? Like, I know that I had Ace Attorney in my West of Loathing game, but I don't think they'd have a... Oh, it's rats, isn't it? I've got double vision and I'm seeing that T way too blurry.
One of those is something that people will say in exasperation more than the other.
I mean, yeah, no. Ralts is not something anyone would say in exasperation. They'd say it in excitement if they find one on, what is it, Route 102 in Hoenn? I knew
103, I believe.
No, 103 is the one north of, whatever the hell the nondescript second town is. 102 is the one to its west.
You sure that feels weird?
A bit, yes. But I'm sure. Which of us just played Alpha Sapphire relatively recently?
Fair.
I mean, you can also check...
Yeah, no, you're right,
Wikipedia.
102. Yeah, it's 102, you're correct.
See, never question me on which route to find any of my favorite Pokemon. I knew I shouldn't have... pursued this line of questioning. I'm guessing that last word is questioning. It's just a big long squiggle, and line of questioning is an expression. I don't feel like fucking parsing that out. Alright, that's... So I know that I've got to actually question him as to what time specifically it was. But I'll do that another time. Where's my controller? Where are my glasses? Because I think I can put them back on now.
I'll be honest, I didn't mark the start time.
Fine, we'll go for one more of these. I found my controller because it's like a bright blue. L to press. And I can still tell my left and my right even when I'm blind. Left is the hand that's got the brace on it. Right is the one where it feels like my bones are on fire. By the way, have I mentioned to you, LG, I don't actually have a single fully functional arm at the moment.
I believe I saw you mentioning it somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, fun.
Oh, yeah, great time.
I'm going to the doctor on Thursday. Hopefully they'll give me like a cortisone shot or something for my left arm. Hopefully I won't need surgery.
Yeah, God can only hope.
So... Alright, we're pressing now. So, you're only... think my left eye is worse than my right eye. Oh wait, I know it is. I've seen my prescription for both. Of course my left eye is worse. But my right eye's got astigmatism. This is bad. Alright, so your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim.
Objection! Objection! How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Trite? You'd never catch me drinking the same blend twice.
Aha! A lie! In the first case that I had with you, you mentioned the same blend, the same Godot blend, while you were drinking 2 different cups of coffee. You mentioned the blend twice. I don't remember which blend it was. Someone can go back to, like, the first one that Godot showed up in, and you'll see. Godot lies.
It was 2 different blends.
No, it was not. It was the same number blend.
I'm like 90% sure it was different blends.
He mentioned another blend. So he mentioned coffee 3 times. Or the specific blend, I want to say 3 times. 2 of them were the same blend. The third was a different blend.
Alright, I'm gonna have to take your word for it.
Why would you take my
Because
word for it? I'm a professional idiot.
Because I'm not scouring that first case's transcript.
No, I mean, you don't have to. Just go back and watch this. Oh, wait, that's just as tedious. Anyway. Huh?
You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee, if you catch my drift.
I love his idioms. I really do. He's a very charming individual. Oh,
He's
was
fun,
that what I
like
think
it.
it was?
Was well what you think it was.
I thought I saw something sliding across the screen. Was that a cup of coffee?
Yes.
Shit.
It's lucky that you literally just mentioned it just before it came by on the stream.
Alright, I have to put my glasses on, otherwise I am not going to be able to add to that counter. And I'm pretty
it's
sure,
probably been
It's
5,
been way
so
more than 5. Like, it's been 5 minutes since the last time I checked my watch. So... And I checked my watch when I was going to put my glasses on the first time, so we're good. Anyway, there's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. Press this statement. Did you see him?
No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, $500,000!
What the hell were 500,000 male deer doing in your restaurant, sir?
Oh, you know how the migration can get. Lunch russes, you know.
It's a deer-eat-deer world, is that what you're saying?
Oh, oui, very much so.
Anyway.
Presumably the defendant heard that too then, correct? Maggey? She looked like a poor little frightened dove.
And what about Mr. Kudo?
The old man choked on some bird seeds that got stuck in his throat.
It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands. I mean, it's true, he would have just as much of a motive for killing because he was broke and looking for a job. But alright, let's press on this statement. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill.
I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur.
he really does flip-flop between claiming to be a man and a woman. Because when the judge asked him earlier if he was a man or I think he said man. He said, not Godot. He said he was a man. Now he's saying he's a woman. I guess with some
You
people it
say
literally is
gender
that fluid.
fluid.
Sorry, what do you mean?
There is the renowned chef Jean Armstrong and
Uh-huh.
the tragic poet Clarice Armstrong.
Uh-huh. Multiple personality disorder, I see. Good. Clarice.
Oui, I was writing a poem. An angry tale of a chef in $500,000 of debt. Cooking for a man who won $500,000 on la lottery. It is called Pourquoi. It means why.
Which is the version
Perhaps
of
I
Pokemon
could
that I'm
rec-
playing.
Perhaps I could recite it for la court?
No. Please don't. Oh, I thought for a second he was going to anyway. Press on this one. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred?
I asked the old man to call from la payphone. By your own argument, right? The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear.
Unless what he saw, everything that he saw was not the actual murder, which is what I was arguing in the first fucking place. Anyway, indeed.
Bien! It seems la shadow of doubt has been lifted, n'est-ce pas?
No, it has not. I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to... We know he is. We abso-fucking-lutely know that Fauxnix Pastaboy has complete control over him, or did you forget about how Fauxnix nearly assaulted both of us in Très Bien, with Armstrong literally in the room testifying or claiming that he wasn't there. And that he would not be a witness to the assault. So yes, Maya, Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case. Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggey have noticed too? Unless she was unconscious. She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? Ah! You mean that's when the phony staged his act? We'll know for sure once I find a hole in this testimony, and I know where to find it. It is statement 2. Pressing again. You need to get to the questions. Special coffee. No, we're just going through this. Oop. So we want to ask, what time was it? The third squiggle! Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened around 20 minutes after he arrived. So, the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 p.m., no?
Baloney! Just after 2, huh?
Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Aha! Good.
Me, Monsieur Judge. Everything I do it for you.
God, he is flirting with literally everybody. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. Look, when the judge is being useful, or feels like he's being useful, I probably would put him in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself.
I remember the old man arrived not long after him, just after 2 p.m.
Well, guess what, mister? I'ma present Millionaire Radio Flyer. Here you fucking go. Took long enough. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong.
What? What do you mean?
At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. How has Armstrong not been spiked by those thorns in his rose stem? He probably chewed them all off at this point. Anyway, the show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket.
Oui, that must be the show Mon Elg was listening to.
I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder...
La ... question mark?
You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct?
Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, Trite. If you have one.
I have one. 30, in fact. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. You'd think the guy that did so much damn research that he figured out that a mirror had been delivered to Très Bien the day before would have done the amount of research required to know that this show is always broadcast at 1:30 p.m. But whatever. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30? Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. Uh-oh, Armstrong looks distraught. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. LG, you peaked.
Oh,
Which is far too deep a voice for him, but sure. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. He listened to the radio with his deaf ear, and he listened to a program and expressed joy and shock when the program had ended 30 minutes before. Oh, hey. Yep, listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. So only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an impasta, acting out the poison 30 minutes after the real murder. Ha! Ha ha! I figured this out, like, almost instantly with this case. I'm a fucking genius. No, again, it's really that this game just recycles its tropes over and over and over again. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Très Bien that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elg, acting acting out the events for Mr. Godot to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Oh, part of the restaurant is in a different time zone than the other.
Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. ...
Exclamation mark.
But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song.
Okay, so bring back Dahlia Hawthorne and something will be rock hard. I'm sorry, what? What is this, Music Theory 101?
Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Godot. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elk is?
In the kitchen. I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elk was already dead, genius. That's certainly the obvious conclusion, although Godot's question is probably more so, well, then where the fuck is the body?
Objection!
Shit. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say.
Okay. And?
Now,
Go ahead.
now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
Yes, the missing corpse. It got up and walked away.
According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elk, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
It was half an hour later. They could have stashed the body in the well, they would have needed to have stashed the body in the kitchen, but they literally could have moved the body anywhere. I'm just going to say it was in the kitchen. Which is very unsanitary, by the way. The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yeah, I'm on it, no sweat. Which is the opposite of what Fauxnix is doing. You can say your line, LJ.
No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden.
Alright, now it's the fucking bottle. Evidence? What with all the intense... I mean, Armstrong has aromatherapy oils. It's less unsanitary than having a literal dead body in your kitchen, but what's with the intense pressure we're in here all of a sudden? You did have him with that contradiction. You absolutely did, Fauxnix. And now the bottle's time to shine. Yes, I've got it. I know. The body of Mr. Glen Elk was inside Très Bien. It would have been? Oh, that's a typo.
Yeah, the transcript literally has sick for that.
Yeah, either it would have or it'd have been. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Très Bien. We're gonna have to close that place for health inspection reasons, Your Honor. Interesting. Where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Yes, the kitchen. I mean, could it be, like, literally anywhere in the kitchen? Because the kitchen is pretty fucking big. The body was hidden here. I see. Did I get it wrong? And is LG there?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up?
Oh,
Where's
I
the evidence?
see.
Where's
You were
the evidence
waiting.
that proves the body was hidden in that location?
You want the evidence? I'll show you evidence. This fake attorney's badge.
Too bad. I don't think you'll ever grasp the real heart of rock and roll.
I just really wanted to say that line.
Okay, I get it. What are you talking about? He means that your evidence is irrelevant, Mr. Wright. Come on, Nick. You've got to think it through. Feel the beat, then hit him upside the head with some heavy metal. What is start over?
It'll take you all the way back to the start, but you'll get back quicker by just saying pick another location.
Yeah, I was gonna say, pick another location. Nothing wrong with my logic so far, I'm sure of it. I'll have another go at proving where the body is hidden. Too dangerous to take the body outside, yada yada yada, hidden inside Tray bien. So it can't be anywhere in the kitchen, though. Like that whole big block labeled kitchen.
Yeah, just the kitchen.
I'll just literally point at the word kitchen, though, so that the game can't pull the "you were like half a pixel off" bullshit on me. Body was hidden here. I see.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location?
It's... Dissing. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? Chug, chug, chug,
No!
chug, chug.
No! No! I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life! I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me!
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tray bien.
Eh? Quoi? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils.
But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they, that Mr. Elg visited an otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. Aha!
You can't be serious.
No, I'm not serious as an artist. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. The bottle that nobody was able to find because it wasn't in the crime scene proper. Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen. At which time, this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Oh, so the klepto, for once, didn't steal something. Anyway, Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was capital Y, capital O, capital U, my alternate universe counterpart, who hid the victim's body. Wait, that doesn't sound right. It was you, Armstrong, who hid the victim's body. There we go. Gotta clarify. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggey Berg. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. Remember that you can't peek, or that you shouldn't peek.
Yeah, did I do it again? I didn't think I was being that loud.
Apparently you were. Better. Order! Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glen Elg?
Sir, I could not do such an horrible thing.
Uh-oh. Holy fucking shit. Mr. Godot?
Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules.
Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? 8 by my count.
Yeah, it would be approximately 8, wouldn't it?
Unless, well, yeah, 8.
Then, I like to do the same to the person who lied to me.
What, make him down a cup of coffee?
I like to take them down with my empty cup! Listen up, chef! How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend?
H-deficient friend.
Yes! Je vous demande pardon! Please, you must hear me out! It is a trap! Listen to me, por favor!
Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish.
I'm only going to ask you what. Did you do it? No, absolutely none! Let's hear it. You've got one shot. Right, Gramps?
Witness? I mean, yeah, no. If he didn't kill Glen Elg, he sure as fuck aided and abetted and became an accessory after the fact. And he's certainly covering up, so that perjury charge is going to get a whole heck of a lot worse. I get a feeling Trevian is going to close down for more than just health reasons. Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug... Oh, so that's it. Well, I've suffered worse. Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel.
Oui. It is clear.
What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad... So first, it's a trap. Now I've got a bad feeling about this. How many fucking Star Wars cliches are we gonna get? Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because... there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him! I swear it! You must believe me!
You were forced? By who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elg died, was he really the only person at his table?
There was another man.
Okay, if it was just there was another, then that would have been yet another Star Wars reference.
Oh, I should have caught that.
But there was another man, so it wasn't.
Yeah, but I should have caught it and dropped the man.
You should have, but oh well. I knew it. Maggey was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Fauxnix Pastaboy. The confession. I'll press on the first statement. Did you carry the body by yourself?
Oui, I carried him. And I carried Maggey, too.
Maggey, too?
When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted. I could not leave her there.
But why did you hide the bodies?
A man forced me to do it. I had no choice.
Hold it. What man? Who was he?
No, none, I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared. You'll just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. But why would you go along with this man?
I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse.
Clarify. Hold it. And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur,
Yes?
surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
You literally mentioned it earlier when you said you were writing a poem about how a chef $500,000 in debt was serving a customer who won a $500,000 lottery ticket. Which, again, I will point out, alright, just because the lottery ticket was for $500,000 doesn't mean you'll actually get $500,000. They will tax the shit out of that thing. But anyway, carry on. A maiden. You're a bit old to get away with that. And I doubt you're a virgin. Carrying on. And a bit too male. Can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. So just have to prove it with evidence. Yes. So I've got to present the who and I've got to present the what. Also, Armstrong, if you don't actually tell us what we want to know, you're gonna go down for this murder and die anyway. So it's death or death. Do you want to do the right thing? And your debtor will end up going to jail? Or do you not want to do the right thing and you die? Anyway, I'm gonna
I
press
do not
here
know,
anyway.
it is such a hard choice.
So, you're claiming that all you did was hide the bodies, is that correct?
That's right.
If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this.
Dot.
He's already confessed this much. He might as well stop dancing around the real issue. Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is. Then sock it to him, Nick. I'm not wearing socks. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So, alright. I have to present Fauxnix Pastaboy on statement 2.
Alright.
Oops, profiles is R again. Present. Objection. Let's end this dance of ring around the rosy, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to.
That was that pig, didn't it?
Yes.
Oh!
Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, I don't know. Maybe a month ago in this very courtroom. This man is Sergio Tigre, aka Fauxnix Pastaboy. He's the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender.
Dot.
There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre, at least not while he had this on you. The loan contract. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? Because your restaurant was in shambles, and you kept buying stupid shit like 12-foot by 6-foot mirrors. That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. Anything.
Oui. It is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong.
La Tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient Maggey out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Sergio Tigre, a.k.a. Fauxnix Pastaboy. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket, was that your doing as well?
None! I knew nothing about that! Making it look like it was Maggey who had done it. I was not. It is despicable!
Mr. Godot. ... You will summon this Sergio Tigre as a witness. And then I will recognize him as Fauxnix Pastaboy, the fake lawyer. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will... Really? I thought there were no more 3-day trials. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. He's looking smug for some reason. Oh. What?
30 minutes. The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more.
How the...
Don't sit back and relax yet, trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not.
Not
This
untrue
trial
at this
still
point.
go either way.
No, he's not wrong because the chef fucking perjured himself so goddamn much. Very well, your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. But given the fact that he's a loan shark, he's probably not going to put it back when he's done. So, we may need a new stand after this. Until then, Court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. To be continued. I might finish this case tonight.
Maybe.
I've still got an hour and a half. Let's get back to it. January 8th, 1:21 p.m. District Court defendant. What do you mean no ones? There's at least 3 ones. Again, January, and then it's 1:21. Now this thing is lying to me again, too. Anyway. So
Well, everything else in this courtroom does. Why not the duration?
Fair. So, we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. You know, there was also a tiger in case 2-3, the third case of the previous game. I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, there was, wasn't there? And there was a flamboyant and effeminate man.
Yep.
No old guy, though.
No, the old guy was the victim.
You know what? That's true.
And there were a bunch of, well, there was a dummy, but there's always a dummy.
Oh, always.
Anyway.
He stands right there at the defendant's desk.
Yeah. You mean the defense prosecutor's stand. Or not the
Whatever.
The defense attorney's stand. Christ almighty. Now I'm the dummy. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. But my Russian counterpart is going to not be an easy nut to crack. Ha! When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth, and we know for a fact he was lying about literally everything else, so we can't trust his testimony at all. Victor Godot's testimony looks rock solid at this point. But here's the thing. Since Victor Godot's testimony is basically rock solid at this point, we've kind of proven that what he saw wasn't the actual murder. And that Maggey Bird is, okay, I'm pretty sure, most likely not the murderer. And at this point, Armstrong is definitively a much, much more likely suspect. Now, if this was a U.S. court, and this was reasonable doubt, Armstrong just cast a fuck ton of reasonable doubt on this case. And implicated himself in the process. So I would be sitting pretty if this was a U.S. court, but it's an Ace Attorney court, so this still can go
we all know
either
it's
way.
guilty until someone else is proven guilty.
Exactly. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we will be in trouble. I get the feeling we don't have the case-making evidence we're going... I almost read that as case-milking evidence, and I'm like, what?
Interesting.
I am wearing my glasses, but they are a bit smudged. We don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey! Well, enter Gumshoe yet again. Hey, pal! Detective
Our
Gumshoe.
favorite boy.
What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey! That's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Topknot. It's not a top knot. Then what the fuck is it? Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't sit still when I don't have a job to do. I get kinda wound up. Darg! No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But, Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True, without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet! In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? My attorney's badge? Okay, no, seriously, there's only one thing that has something that specifically says unidentified fingerprints. I'd have to be...
You could show him your attorney's badge.
No, what I'm actually going to show him...
Nothing bad would happen, but it'd be funny.
What I'm going to show him instead is Maggey Bird. Would you get the fingerprints on Maggey Bird analyzed for me? What are you doing, Nick? If Detective Gumshoe's going to check some prints for us, shouldn't he be checking this? It literally won't let me give a fuck. Look, I had to. I had to see what happened. What would happen?
No, I get it.
I knew what I needed to present, and I deliberately presented something wrong. That's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? The victim's ear medication that we found in the kitchen. Look, it even says covered in unidentifiable fingerprints right in the court record. Can't you read, Fauxnix?
Seriously, how the fuck did you get this deep into the game if you fucked this up?
Hey, you're right. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. How the fuck can't you read, boy? No, wait. How the fuck can't you read, pal? Even I can read. So you'll look into it for us? Awesome. What about the thing I asked you to run a check on? Oh, dang. Sure, I'll see what I can do if I got any spare time. You Gumshoe, I would have thought you would have loved to take Maggey Bird to the precinct and inspect her for fingerprints. I still think that was probably the most hilarious answer I could have given.
Nah, that was good.
Even funnier than the attorney badge. Spare time. I feel so unimportant right now. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies, or the Fauxnix, from the real Nicks. All right. January 8th, 1:56 p.m., District Court, courtroom no 4s. Well, at least it's not lying this time. Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Sergio Tigre? Aha, this makes perfect sense. He wouldn't have brought another cup of... He wouldn't have not finished his coffee before. So we're at 9. Although, to be fair, argument could potentially be made that it's 10, but I think that 9 is the more accurate one.
Alright.
Oh.
What?
Never mind, read this line.
Well, yeah, but that's... I don't know if that implies that Godot drank them.
You're saying he...
It almost... it almost reads more to me like he force-fed tigre the coffee.
That is the opposite way of calming someone down and taming them. That'll just get them more hyperactive. That is what caffeine does. But alright, fine. We'll just assume... We'll assume that what's on screen that I've seen is the right number. If it's not on screen, it doesn't count.
Yeah, I can roll with that.
I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem.
Tamed him? The guy's name may be Sergio Tigre, but come on.
He's pretty lively.
No shit if you
Be
force-fed him 3 cups of coffee.
Be careful. He still bites.
Dumbass, so he's contradicting himself. If you tamed something, it wouldn't bite anymore. That's kind of the definition of taming something. Whatever. Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness. Please state your name and occupation for the Russian grog. I have been looking forward to this moment, comrade. Gah! And Maya runs away. Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there too. Would you mind? What are you saying to me, comrade? Are you trying to intimidate me? It will not work. Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest. Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Russian accent in the judge? I didn't. Well, yeah.
Well, it's because it's specifically written as I didn't say nothing.
I have business to take care of. You hear me, comrade? Business. Russian business. Which means someone is going to end up dead before the end of this testimony. So, who decided to call me here into this courtroom? What moron? What idiot? Durak, I believe, is term. What Durak decided to call me into this courtroom? Was it you, Spiky? Heck, no, of course not. It was, well, the judge ran away. Your Honor? Oh dear, I, seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it. We're doomed. If he's this intimidating, how the fuck... Well, okay, I think he was deliberately trying to lose, but seriously. Perhaps you did not hear me, comrades. I asked, what Durak was it that called me into this courtroom?
There's no need to shout. We can all hear you.
God damn, nothing phases Godot. Jesus Christ. What did you say to me, comrade?
There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in.
Grrr. Russian grrr. Too cool. No, seriously. Literally cool as in calm and collected. Don't let him get the better of you, says Maya from still under the desk.
Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct?
Incident? I know nothing, comrade. Nothing about this particular incident. You stupid mask boy.
You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggey Bird?
Good job, Godot. Okay, he might be too smart to live too. fuck, I thought he was gonna last for multiple well, I should have known better because no prosecutor does. But they might have to actually kill him for being this smart. No shit. The last trial of this... You said Edgeworth is showing up. The last trial of this game is going to be for the murder of Godot, isn't it?
Perhaps.
He's too smart for this universe.
There to find out.
Anyway. Maggey who? I've got more important things to do than this silly courtroom drama. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then, says the judge from under his stand. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Humph. Phoenix, right. ... You are the one who set this up. Did you not, comrade? I will make you pay for this. You are going to regret the day that you were born, comrade. Do you hear what I am saying? Maybe I should... Really, Phoenix? Really? Don't shit yourself, man. Get a grip, Nick. Again, from under the stand. Or from under the desk. The tiger's alibi. I do not know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in office, murdering people. I mean, never mind that last statement. You will all forget that I said this. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Would you care to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. Yeah, they're going to fucking alibi each other. Ah, at last I found my pen. Oh, he must have he must have really dropped his pen. Very well then, Mr. No, I don't actually think he dropped his pen. Very well, if Mr. Phoenix right, you can cross-examine the Russian ARG! What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. I am aware of the kinds of games that you Americans play. That you American police play. That low-life scumbag is no lawyer. He just keeps pushing away with stupid details until he wins. I would know. I pretended to be him. It was actually a lot harder than I thought. Low-life, me? Listen up, smarty pants. Every time you do not ask me something that is you ask me something that is not related to this case, I will bill you $50,000, and you are going to have to borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And do not think that it will not hurt if you tangle with Sergio Tigre, aka Fauxnix Pastaboy.
Ah, I love a good spectator sport.
Just a minute. That's really not...
This witness is... How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too.
Delicious. Ah, yes, I see. Very well, I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. I kind of figured this would be the case with a witness like this, but at least the game is kind enough to spell it out. You had better be listening. I said that I have business to take care of. Big business. Multiple bodies need to be in the river before the end of today. So we must hurry this along, comrade. If I do not split now, I will not be able to catch my bus. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Naturally. Makes sense, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick! Maya, come out from under the desk, please. People will get the wrong idea. Come out from there already, would you, Maya? Alright. So the tiger's alibi. Not gonna press here. Is a trap.
Is trap, yes?
Is trap, comrade, yes. Tied up with business in December last year, spent all of the time in the office. I think that's irrelevant, too. Whales lined up, that's irrelevant. So I need to press this statement, the last one. Hold it. By Violetta, you're talking about the Cadaverini family's... Yes, comrade. You do not want to cross them, or you end up sleeping with the fishes. That works both in Brooklyn accent and Russian accent. Once the Godfather finds out you've been dragging Violetta through the mud, he will give you a pair of concrete galoshes and send you for a swim. ... Okay. Sorry, I couldn't quite put it all together at the end there. He said that just like Violetta, didn't he? Okay. I get the feeling this might not be the right time to probe him about her. That tells me that I should leave this the fuck alone.
Leaving it?
Yep. Too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might end up, or just focus on gathering information at the moment. Now then, Mr. Tigre, would you mind repeating your testimony? Oh, good. Yeah, no. My time is not free. You hear, comrade? You had better remember this. If I miss that bus, someone is going to pay. So what else am I supposed to press on? Or is there a particular piece of evidence that I'm supposed to show?
Well, that's an interesting dilemma for you to solve, isn't it?
I mean, I figured I was relatively safe pressing on the last statement because we needed to clarify that it was Viola Cadaverini. Alright, I'm gonna hit present, but I'm gonna duck out before because I just want to check my evidence. Oh. Oh, fucking Christ.
What?
Glenn's calendar, you... I don't know how well that came out on stream, but I was smacking myself in the forehead.
Came through. That came through.
Idiot! This is why we review our evidence. Okay. But that doesn't say where he met the tiger. It doesn't. Although, to be fair, we know where Elg was, so... I think I can still present that on this statement, right? I was tied up with business in December last year, spent all of the time in the office. No, you fucking didn't. Objection! Your Honor. What? How is that wrong?
Well, it's not very specific, is it?
Incredibly specific.
I mean, the evidence is, but he hadn't been very specific.
He said he spent all of his time in his office.
Well, yeah, but it's a very vague statement, like all of December. It's really vague. If only there was some way to gain additional
Are you
clarity
fucking
on
kidding
certain
me?
details.
Bullshit! So, alright, once again I was ahead. Well, okay, I was simultaneously ahead and behind, because I was stupid and forgot about the calendar in the first place, and then overplayed its significance, but fine, sure, I'll take the penalty. Does I don't see anything Again, yes, it does. Objection denied. I think, the problem is I think too damn much. And I draw logical inferences when I really need to stop doing that. Oops, that didn't go so well. Fine. So I will press, despite the fact that they fucking keep telling me you shouldn't do that, but sure. Hold it. Are you sure about that? We're talking about...
He said not to press. He said not to press on irrelevant details.
I suppose that's fair, but still. Like, with this guy, I would think that you have to do a combo with evidence more than you need to press on specific details. But sure, fine. Him basically saying he was in the office for all of December. And again, he specifically used the word all. I'm calling bullshit on this one, too. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. Do you see these teeth, comrade? This is how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that is where I was, comrade. That seems like a rather, sketchy schedule, yes? Grrr, Russian grrr. Here he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing. Yes, okay, fine. Press harder. Fucking Christ. Mr. Tigre, what do you want, comrade? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
This is a dead end, right? And you know it. Remember the rules.
Objection. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Okay, fine. Fine, I was still ahead of the game. And my logic was still impeccable.
Oh, it is!
Were you in the office that day too? Perhaps you are not listening, comrade. Of course I was. I never set foot outside office for an entire 31-day month, even though at least 2 of those days are national holidays. I had meetings all day with bunch of suckers who wanted to do business with me. I have never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please...
Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony.
Arg, stupid Americans. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. To be fair, Fauxnix is nervous as hell, but he has not ducked under a desk. On the day in question, comrade, I was in the office. I have never seen this kid before. Well, fine. I'm guessing pressing is gonna be bad, so I'm just gonna clobber you with the fucking evidence that I tried to clobber the judge with. Fuck you, Mr. Tigre. You claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What What are you talking about, comrade? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date, December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. No shit, Sherlock. Take away the fucking penalty that you gave me before, because I showed you this fucking calendar. Rasm, old fart. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg, and I further submit that you were with him on the day he died. Oh, yes, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Russian ... Russian ... Not bad, comrade. You are actually not too bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you, to see how good of a lawyer you actually are. Oh hey, someone came out from under the desk. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without, plus he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. Are you calling me a liar, comrade? Is this what you are doing? You literally just said that you were lying. Also, Scooby-Doo reference. Ruh-roh!
So, you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth?
I said that I am dead serious, comrade. You better believe that that is the truth.
Huh. Then I'd say that gives me some time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic.
Oh, so he's gonna
That
become a
is-
necromancer like I did.
Yeah. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Oh, yes, would you mind indulging the court witness? He never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. Well, okay, if he never actually met the victim, what the fuck was he doing with MC Bomber? It's time I nailed this guy. So I think I know where this is going too, but watch how I fuck this up. Come to think of it. Just in case. It's time I nailed this guy. Yeah. It's time I nailed this guy. Phoenix, don't nail him. That's almost self-cessed.
Ah, but almost self-cessed is not actually self-cessed.
You're not wrong, but still, he looks way too much like Phoenix. Except red. And slightly insane. Which is not to say that Phoenix isn't slightly insane, it's just this guy looks slightly insane. Phoenix doesn't look slightly insane. Anyway, the victim, Glenn Elg. I am no liar, comrade. I have never met Glenn Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though. He wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. I waited around for him, but he never showed up. I have never been to Trebien. Do you understand me, comrades? That's kind of where I figured this was going to go. But we knew Glenn Elg, so yeah, no, he's claiming that the appointment was probably, because the calendar doesn't say what time the meeting was, so he can argue Glenn Elg went to the restaurant to have lunch because it was close to his office before the meeting, died, and that's why, but like, MC Bomber was a computer virus made by Glenn Elg, potentially worth millions of dollars. Okay, fine. But I I said that it was stupid to remove the bit about it being found at Tender Lender. Because what was Elg's virus doing with Tigray? Since I don't have that it was found in his office, I mean, I'm guessing Phoenix can still mention that anyway, but I'm pretty sure the key piece of evidence here is MC Bomber, which proves that he met Elg and is lying. I see, that all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
I wonder if you had an appointment after your coffee poisoning. So you might be speaking from
Wouldn't you
first-hand
like to
experience.
know? Wouldn't you like to know?
Aha, you just confirmed that he is Diego Armando.
Or did I?
Uh-huh. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Of course, Your Honor. Did I not tell you I have big deal going down today? I am not going to make my bus at this point. I will have to take express train. This bill going straight to you, Mr. Wright. Sure. And you know what I'll do with that bill? I'll shove it up your nose. So he's saying he never met Glenn Elg.
That's his claim.
So I don't know if I can prove that he's been to Trebian with the evidence that I have. I mean, I can prove that he had an association with Armstrong. That doesn't mean that he was ever there. So what my logic is, right? He says, never met Glenn Elg. Part of me wants to press this. But the other part of me, because, you know, again, the CD is not necessarily bulletproof evidence until we prove that it was at Trebian, and we haven't done that yet. So theoretically, Elg could have sent the CD to Tigray as collateral for a loan, but why the fuck would he when he could basically sell it instead and get legitimate money for it? Of course, selling a computer virus like that, but then giving it to a guy like Sergio Tigre is no better. I don't know. So I'm not sure what to
say.
I'm not sure what to do here. I do want to press him on this. No, hold on. Because he's just going to get offended that I'm calling him a liar or questioning the fact that he is a liar. See, I hate these where I can't press on everything. You probably figure. But I really do.
Yeah, I understand that.
Lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me, set up a meeting with the guy. Alright, again, I'm going to check my evidence. And we're going to see what there... Because, again, okay, you know what? I can give myself a little slack for forgetting about the calendar, because there is so much fucking evidence here.
So much.
So I've got Jean's loan contract, but not Elg's. Paper badge. MC Bomber. Oh, of course, it's Gumshoe's lunchbox. Oh! Never mind. The Trabian matches.
Yeah, that's once you go through your evidence, it kinda...
See, this is why I have to.
Sense.
But to be fair, he could just say that Jean Armstrong brought it in with him. Because again, we know there's a connection. But fine. It's the matchbox. And again, this is why I have to go through, because there is a ton of evidence. And this case, I'm not going to say it's a long one, but it's been 2 weeks since the last time I played, so... Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about, comrade? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? If you've really never been to Très Bien before, what was the book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? Have you been snooping around in my stuff now, too, wise guy, and you have been stealing from me? Bailiff, arrest this man. What are you, my ball and chain? There is nobody controlling me. No, ain't no woman controlling me. Are you calling Fauxnix a woman?
Yeah, this one confuses me too.
I mean, he's basically saying that wives are the ones who, like, ball and chain, like, not that I do this, mind you. But
Yeah. I'm familiar with the expression, I'm just not sure how it...
He's basically saying that Fauxnix, much like a suspicious wife or a over-possessive or overbearing wife, snoops on her husband's stuff. Like, micromanages, spies on him, right? She's the one who takes his phone and makes sure, you know, that he is where he said, like... Basically, he's saying he's not whipped. On the other hand, he's wrong about that because Violetta is controlling him. Sort of. Not that they're married, although Violetta might wish that. I don't know. Order. Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Russian grrr! Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. I am no pussycat. I do not go back on what I said. But okay, comrade, is okay. I was at the restaurant that day. Okay, so you literally just went back on what you said. What? But listen good, okay? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. What?
Well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony.
What the fuck is going on here? I'm this close to prove... No shit! Elg had the meeting on the calendar for the day of the murder. Elg was at the restaurant, and that's where he was killed. And this guy just said he was at the restaurant on the day of the murder, but he never met the kid? The fuck would he have been doing at the restaurant then? Unless he's going to claim he came in after the kid was killed. Oh shit, he's going to claim he came in after the kid was killed. He did meet Glenn Elg that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. At Très Bien. I was supposed to meet with kid at the restaurant that afternoon. However, when I opened door to restaurant, I witnessed an ugly scene. Guy was dead. Laying over on table, stiff as concrete. I figured if place was not hot already, would be soon, so I ran away. Like a chicken, even though I am a tiger. I heard cop sirens on my way out and went straight back to office. Fascinating. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Okay, court record again. MC Bomber? No, article from December 5th. Why do I still... It's like, I'm still wondering... Like, they specifically had Fauxnix get rid of some pieces of evidence, so I'm wondering why I still have the magazine clipping, job listings, and the Trabian lunch in my evidence. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to need any of those. Well, okay, maybe the magazine clipping. Maybe the magazine clipping. Scooter, Victor's testimony, floor plans, autopsy report, crime photo, coffee cup, lottery ticket. So at this point, I have to prove that he actually did meet with Elg.
You've got to prove something.
Well, what else would I be doing at this point?
That's a good question.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold it! If I wait around here any longer, I am not even going to make the normal express. No more stupid questions, comrade.
No problem. Anytime Tripe presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty.
I thought that was already the case.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's only ever the case for the testimony immediately surrounding that comment. You wouldn't have gotten penalties pressing on anything in the last testimony.
Really? Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope, I got the whatchamacallums.
I thought it applies
the
basically...
transcript.
Like, I thought it applied to everything he said, but okay, fine, sure, whatever. Look, Mr. Godot, that's my job.
Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict.
I know
So
one
do
other
it.
prosecutor who said that. Almost that exact same line, too. Oh! If he was Diego Armando before becoming Godot, that meant he would have been a defense attorney in the era of one Manfred von Karma. And he would have heard this line coming from a prosecutor. Now I'm just...
Did you know that Manfred von Karma... Did you remember that Manfred von Karma also has white hair?
Yeah, but Manfred von Karma is dead. Oh, wait. Allegedly, so is Diego Armando. They are the same person! It always has been.
You have connected the dots.
This explains everything. Except for why Godot looks so much younger than Manfred. But I guess there's surgery for that. Yes, sir. The Special Express is not cheap, right? Just make sure you know. Because you are paying. In more ways than one. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? I mean, you'd think that if it would mean anything anywhere, it would be here in a fucking courtroom, but I guess not. Lawlessness, chaos. At Trabian. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. We know that the cops were called around 2:25, right? But the death would have happened right around 1:30.
Presumably.
And that allegedly after whatever happened at, 2:25, there were only 5 minutes between when Godot left and when he called the police, and the police were there almost instantly. And yet Godot never saw him.
I don't believe it's been mentioned.
Godot literally said he did not see anyone else in the restaurant.
Oh, yeah, he did.
And I would think that that would include someone trying to get into the restaurant. I don't know. Part of me wants to press on that last statement, because the police only showed up after the 2:25 call, or after the 2:25 incident, whatever. Because this statement about him hearing the cops' sirens on the way out has to be important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have included it. I'm gonna press my luck and press.
Press your luck and press on the last statement.
Yep. You went... Oh, well, I was fucking wrong. You went straight back. Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did? What are you trying to say, comrade? You trying to say you have never been guilty of anything?
We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this!
The court's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it? Seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. Hey, to be fair, that's the first time that I did that. How about a penalty for those two jokers and the garbage they keep coming up with? Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. I need to press him fast before he has time to think things through. Gotta come right back at him with the so I do need evidence. But on what? Be careful with what you press him on, though, or you'll get penalized. Uh-huh. I mean, I could ask him what time that afternoon, but he's just gonna say something, well... Okay, time maybe... should I press my luck again, LJ?
Are you asking me for my omniscient advice, or are you just asking questions to the void?
Alright, let me give you reasoning. Right, because I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. Well, okay, so first of all, here's the other thing, right? If he's basically saying he opened the door, saw the guy on the... Oh, hold on!
Hold on.
No, you fucking didn't.
Rubber ducky.
No, you fucking didn't. Now, do I have to present the... I have to present the plans for that. The restaurant map.
You know what? I'll help you out on this one. Yeah, present the floor plans. You've solved the riddle.
Yeah, the floor map. Which usually never actually shows up. But yeah, no, when he opened the door, he would not have been able to see shit. You're something of a loan-collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? That is correct. Nobody escapes the tiger's clutches, comrade. Well, I'm something of a lie-detecting pro. ... And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches, especially tigers that Phoenixes eat for breakfast. I think it's time that we got something straight, which in this universe, probably difficult.
What's this, straight? A new line of irrelevant questioning?
I only did that once! These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have a clear view of the... No, he fucking wouldn't. Do you not see the solid line in the way? Isn't that what I just said, comrade? I saw back of a kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the table... Well, more to the point, in this particular table, there is a fucking solid wall behind the cash register. There is a tall partition, in this case, a solid fucking wall behind the cash register. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. ... So, from the entrance of Très Bien, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him.
Objection! Oh, have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table.
And we already established that what the old man saw was a performance. Objection! But the defense just proved that point to be moot. Where the fuck were you this morning? The victim witnessed by Mr. Godot was not Glenn Elg, but a fake, an impasta, if you will. If you said your line, you peeked.
What?
In order to have Mr. Godot falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim just as he had... the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? I would think it obvious. You say the killer murdered Glenn Elm. No shit, the killer murdered Glenn Elm. And then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Godot. Reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. Profiles. It's Sergio Tigre, Your Honor. Obviously, the killer is Sergio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness. ... Russian gra. Now that is good, comrade. You think that you can pin this murder on the tiger? This is not pin the tail on the donkey, comrade. Perhaps you do not understand. Tiger is king of jungle, so I dare you say this again. Do you have the guts, comrade? You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigray. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Oh, Jesus Christ, now Fauxnix hid under the desk. Mr. Wright. Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. Are you going to have guts? It sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You have guts. I will give you this. Now we will all see your guts on display. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone.
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot? No, here we go.
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh, no.
The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? Doesn't matter.
It actually does,
The
but
fact
sure.
remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the cup.
No, he saw the back of the waitress put something into a coffee for a staged victim. ... exclamation mark. Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee. Objection! Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack.
Found your pen at last, right?
It was in my pocket. I thought I dropped it, but I didn't. Has that ever happened to you, by the way?
Oh, many times. Not specifically a pen in the pocket, but many times.
Yeah. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the quote-unquote waitress, and spent his time staring at her ass. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible that the waitress was also part of the show. Yes. Yes, finally. Good. Thank you. What? You mean the waitress was an impasta as well? Everybody's a fucking impasta. You're an impasta, Judge. And I'm pretty sure Godot is an impasta. That's why he's wearing that mask all the time. The defendant...
I don't know, man. That seems kinda deflecty. I think maybe you're just trying to pass the buck on all of us.
I mean, everyone knows I'm a Noodleman.
Feels like a self-report. Feels like a self-report to me.
Everyone knows I'm a Noodleman. Noodlemans by default are part pasta. I never denied being pasta. Anyway, the defendant, Ms. Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her, instead of pin the tail on the donkey or pin the crime on the tiger. Who on earth was it? Oh, okay, who is this waitress? Now we go to Viola Cadaverini. Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. You are making big mistake, comrade. Very big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You had better go home in armored truck tonight if you are aware of what I am saying. ... Stop shaking, Nick. Well, where was I? Yes, the defendant, Ms. Bird, had stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. She had kind of a cackling laugh. ... There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Ms. Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. Your Honor, we are all fucking insane or hallucinating. Oh wait, never mind. What I've been saying for the past however the fuck long this case has been going on, the whole incident took place twice. Once for real, and once for show. And Mr. Sergio Tigre, aka Fauxnix Pastaboy, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. ... Witness? What have you got to say? ... That is adorable, comrade. Sorry? You are okay. I can do with men like you around. This will be very helpful for my business of collecting loans. What do you mean? Okay, I am in on this game. I am willing to play your game, comrade. I'm going to have to charter a jet to get to my meeting now, but this is okay. I'm gonna give you one more thing to consider before I leave. Something to think about? You believe that you have this case all wrapped up nice and in nice bow. However, this is Matryoshka doll. Once you remove one cover, there is always another layer, then another layer, then another layer. However, you have forgotten one really important detail. But that can't be. Okay, I was in the restaurant that day, and yes, I met Kid too. Okay. However, I could not have poisoned him. Do you understand? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
What a troublemaker.
I love how we got all pissed off at Armstrong for lying, but, like, Tigre has done nothing but lie since he's gotten here, and he's not that... Like, he just kind of casually laughs him off.
Yeah, because it allows him to establish superiority.
I was gonna say, to be fair, it establishes his dominance and is probably the better way to piss off Tigre, whereas actually getting angry was the way to get what he needed out of Armstrong. Anyway, troublemaker. Aha!
Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony.
Hold on. I did something stupid. There we go. Okay. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trebienne between yourself and the victim? Ties to the victim. Yes, correct. I loaned El cash, about $100,000. That day, we were due to have little chat. Kid had hit his payback date, you see, and I was going to intimidate him into making payment. So anyway, he tells me he has no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, really lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over. Now, I see that principal... Oh, now, I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000. Yes, Will, you get... The what?
Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to...
Like, I see... You know what I think... You know what I'm thinking when I see that, right? Like, as in vigilante from
Yeah.
that goes shooting people. But okay. I don't like this. This is an expression or an idiom that I don't understand. Yes, well, you get the victim to take up account. Interest builds up very quickly, comrade. Understand? That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And he hasn't been in school for a long time. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. That is correct, comrade. He is one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. Although, to be fair, even though he had won $500,000, he would probably not have gotten it same day, so I still could have flattened him. Although, to be fair, he at least would have had $100,000 to give me, so would have been okay. Even if I had to wait little longer, possibly could have charged little more interest. So I ain't have no reason to kill kid. And if I got no motive, there is no case you can make against me. Yes, I do have his motive. His motive isn't $100,000. His motive is $1 million. Oh, so I have a question, LJ.
Yeah?
Nobody said boo about pressing him at the wrong time here.
You are correct.
Do I get to press him?
As far as I can tell...
Then
yes.
push the fucking button! Did he have any way of paying the loan back? See, this fool was gambler. He said couldn't give up till he landed big win. So I agreed to help him. Help him? You? I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get big score. But guy kept losing. He is born loser, you see. So you were helping him for his sake or yours? Win through compromise. You help me, I help you. What is difference, huh, comrade? I don't believe this. Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max. Thanks a lot, Maya. Press again! So how much were you expecting him to pay you back that day, on that day? What are you thinking, comrade? Whole $100,000, which includes interest. That's a real heavyweight punch. Once client misses repayment, you call whole loan in. You want to make it in my world? You must be ruthless. How many times had Mr. L been late with his repayments? Once. And how much was he supposed to pay back every month? $50. Sounds like Mr. L was in a real sticky spot. Yeah, at $50 a month, he'd never pay that huge loan off. So, alright, no way to pay up. Hold it. How much did he have left on his debt? You want it in round figures? About $100,000. That's the whole amount.
We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet.
And no sense in his head. Anyway, carry on. But, you telling me he wasn't even going to pay for coffee? Certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elg. This guy was very smooth. I tell you, very, very smooth, comrade. He was able to pull one over on me. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. This what he say to me. Guy then calls me the tender tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me. And in Russia, you skate on thin ice, you fall into water, you die of hypothermia. Or nuclear radiation, depending on where. Or both. Probably both. Was that because he... Yes, Guy had won lottery. Was his last chance at big win. And you can confirm that this is the ticket in... question. That is it, comrade. The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you met with some accuracy. And the whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Godot would see it. I can still see Kid's face now. I am never going to forget it. Press. Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time? I do not remember, comrade. There was no one there. I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for... Ooh, I wonder if Phoenix can ever wear that shirt. I know, based on what I saw when I was purchasing Apollo Justice, alternate outfits are a thing. I wonder if they ever give him El Tigre's outfit just for shits and giggles. I would have. Especially since Tigre dressed up as Phoenix and pretended to be a lawyer. That would have been funny. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm honestly not certain.
Carry on. Mr. Armstrong, Maggey, and if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini were all there at the time. So, the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning. It seems that way, comrade. But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you?
The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you've ever had. That's what defines a true gambler.
He makes it sound so cool. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower or the money for it. All I know is, Kid took a shot and got lucky in the end. And it was his end. Press! The waitress, you mean... The girl with glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I possibly mean, comrade? Me? I did not do it. If she hadn't gotten in way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. And yes, I know bada bing, bada boom is not Russian expression, but I needed to use stupid words so you could understand. Maybe I should push a little on this. Ask about what Maggey did, or ask how things would have been? I'm pretty sure I need to ask how things would have been. So I'm going to ask what Maggey did, because apparently I get free reign here. Right, LG?
As far as I can say.
What exactly are you implying the defendant did? How about you go ask Four Eyes about $500,000 ticket and where it was found? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Elg's coffee. Objection! A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre.
Objection! Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, right?
Okay, comrade. Law does not exactly agree with some of deals I send down. I could not be there when cops showed up, so I ran away like scared chicken. Again. I see.
Your Honor, The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee.
I concur, Mr. Godot. You will amend your testimony accordingly, witness. Ha 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 ha. So that is what you were after, Fauxnix, right? Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid is over. Okay. How does that help me? Well, there's only one fucking way to find out. Press. Tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggey. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? What are you sane or no? I am talking about cash, comrade. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That is all. I am businessman. Russian businessman. Legitimate Russian businessman. It was all about to conclude and all about to come together nicely before waitress got in way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Ah. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like it amended? Have it amended? Not going to get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony amended. Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statements, please. I was after $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill Guy. Good. This is the statement that I can actually work with, isn't it? But I'm gonna
Sure can.
Yeah, I'm still gonna press on it. For reasons. Are you saying you had no other motives that day? This is correct, comrade. And so?
Then why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left?
What are you thinking, comrade? Because that Four Eyes over there stole it. Because of Maggey? How about you go ask Four Eyes about $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad. Yeah, we're here again. Because we're at the end. That's fine.
Do not amend this statement.
Yeah, no. I want to leave it. This is the statement that I can work with. Very well. Continue with your cross-examination. Yes, the Tiger was meeting with Elga to get his money back. Mr. Elga just given him the lottery ticket. That would have been the end of it. Yeah, so what's the Tiger's motive? This is the big one. If I don't manage to undermine this testimony, it's all over for us. Why would he have to poison Mr. L? Because he won the lottery! Why did he loan him the lottery in the first place? Loan him the money in the first place when he knew he couldn't repay it? So, present, and I've got to present MC Bomber.
McBomber.
Are you agreeing with me, or are you just saying McBomber?
I'm just saying McBomber.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm gonna do. Objection! So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? This is correct. I loaned Guy cash, so that is my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
Objection! What are you getting at, trite? What else would a moneylender be after other than money?
More money! Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. Exclamation mark. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? It gives your computer the flu. A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? Oh my fucking god. I guess that beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. See, rule number 1, don't make fun of the judge's beard. I was right. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $million on the black market. Several $1 million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection! Objection! You're trying to suggest that the witness's motive was to get hold of that program?
Exactly.
The witness may be poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, right? A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder.
Of course he could, provided that he had time. What if he needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Congratulations, there's a first time for everything. Would you care to share it with us? Oh, good. I mean, this one is pretty obvious, but that would get rid of everything that I have. So, it's Viola's medical papers, a $1 million bill. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. Exclamation mark. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young man was injured, and yet somehow you, the guy on the scooter, were perfectly fine. I mean, maybe that scar over his eye comes from that, but like, seriously. Again, when it's car versus scooter, usually the guy on the scooter dies, but he's Russian, so it takes more than that to do anything. It takes more than that to hurt him. Anyway, an accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much of this are you aware of, comrade? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue those HMOs.
No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up dead as a morgue.
But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Russian guard! Order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Okay, I'm gonna save again, just in case.
Just in case.
Because I'm getting close. I know I'm getting close. I might run a little overtime tonight. That's fine. We're finishing this case tonight. Order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did. simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
Did you say Cadaverini?
You didn't react like this like the last 5 times that last name was mentioned in this trial. I guess this might be the only time where it's mandatory. Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of the underworld activities in this city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. If you tried to do that spit take, you peaked.
Wow.
Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened. But he can't, and neither can I.
Lottery win?
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means.
That's crazy!
He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move, to frame Maggey Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Ms. Bird. And they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Godot.
Objection! Like I said, Trent, that's crazy! No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there'd be no way the chef could have been
We
kept
know
out.
he wasn't! We know he hid the body! What the hell's the matter with you? Objection! But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning, you fucking moron! Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? First of all, yeah, he owes the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. And second of all, he admitted that he fucking hid the bodies. Also, he had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Order, order. Silence or I will clear the courtroom. Russian You put on good show, comrade. Comrade Spiky. ... exclamation mark. If you wish to stay alive in the loan shark business, you must be careful. You are saying that I dressed up like kid, created witness, and framed someone, yet you have no evidence of this. If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave trail behind as bright as shirt. I am not dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do, comrade. Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Ms. Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Godot is aware of this one. Go ahead.
Interest.
Yep, sorry, I accidentally jumped around a little bit.
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused?
So here's where I'm gonna guess that either the magazine clipping or the fake attorney's badge.
Only one. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't look like getting it wrong will give you a penalty.
It will.
The way this is phrased. It will?
Yeah, I'm seeing the
Oh,
red
yeah.
flashing.
Interesting.
I mean, the paper badge specifically says it was found at Tender Lender. But the magazine clipping actually shows that Fauxnix Wright was trounced and closet. So it shows that he actually used it. So if it's one of those.
It's one of those.
If I get this wrong, it's all over.
Correct.
I'm almost thinking it's the magazine clipping because there's no other fucking reason I can think of why it's still here. And on its own, the
You can
attorney's...
always save if you're uncertain.
I can't. I'm already locked.
Oh.
Granted, I saved not that long ago, but still. Because the
Okay,
attorney's
why
badge...
don't you lock in your choice to me, and then I'll give you a penalty if you're incorrect.
Okay, so here's my thought process. The attorney's badge on its own, even if it's found at Tender Lender, doesn't technically prove anything. The magazine clipping shows that he actually went through with it and specifically got the client found guilty by performing as the attorney. So I'm going to go with the magazine clipping.
We're gonna go with the magazine clipping.
Yes.
Penalty!
Really?
Really?
That doesn't make sense. Unless it's a specific thing where I've got to do this in order.
As far as I can tell, it ain't.
Alright, so it's the paper badge then.
It's the paper badge.
What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such... Judge, you were fooled by the
and
childish
you are.
imitation.
You are undergoing your penalty, correct?
Oh. Yes. I would have to do that, wouldn't I?
I gave you a penalty. Trite, and you will adhere.
You know, I feel like I should refund those because it is a penalty. You shouldn't have to spend your points on a penalty. But whatever. I'll debate that later. Anyway, where are we? Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Yes, to be fair, that is correct. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on your... Sorry, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. ... What? That's the truth. But oh, now he's saying the witness looks nothing like you. The witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Dot 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 dot. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? Dot 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 exclamation mark. No doubt it was you. Standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable Shatty?
Not
Oh,
shabby.
shabby. When I'm upside down, I always get confused with P's, Q's, D's, and B's. Because this also mirrors the text.
Yeah.
Anyway, the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen. Russian grr.
Objection! Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take to the stand and testify that it was him?
Gulp. Hey. Forget about it, okay? Exclamation mark. I would not do something like that. Not me. I am not stupid. You make mistake, comrade. It was someone else, no? Objection. Have you no pride, sir?
Objection! This isn't a matter of pride, right?
Hold on.
In case you didn't.
Where am I? 14. But okay. Yeah, not a matter of pride, go on.
In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court we deal with people's lives.
Nerg. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor. Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced the attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. So now do I need the magazine?
Not as far as I can tell.
Huh. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. So what fucking... Well, first of all, I know what I'm doing. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. Okay, but again, reasonable doubt on multiple fronts now. Because now we've potentially got Tigre, now we've potentially got Armstrong. Come on, cut me some slack here. I've done a damn good job taking over a case that was solved a month ago.
Black shall not be cut, my good sir.
I know. But we've come so far.
You say he impersonated Glen Elg, you say he impersonated you, but none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Oh, Gumshoe. Gumshoe's got to come back with the bottle. It's been about an hour now, right? Arg. Tut tut tut. Ha! Dot 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 exclamation mark. Sucks to be you, right? It must be very terrible being you. You are always stupid among stupids. Do not mess with the tiger, or you're going to be mauled. Do you understand this, comrade? It was stupid of you to mess with Jungle Cat. All we managed to do here was chase him around a pit. Oh, chase him around a bit. What? I was so close
You managed to chase him around a bit.
Oh yeah, I guess. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Looks like I won't be needing a refill.
Gumshoe, I summon you. If I just had one more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggey off the hook. Gumshoe, you are summoned. Maggey is in danger. This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigray. Hey, hold it, pal. Your Honor, sir. Wait. Ah, policeman. And he is actually policeman, so he has authority to do this. Wait. Detective. Detective Gumshoe, my man. Hey, sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My art's counting on this. My art's counting on this too. What is it, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What? My man, Gumshoe. January 8th, 2:48 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, no ones. Yada yada yada, January has a 1. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. Yes, Phoenix,
Definitely
the results.
can.
We found those fingerprints on Maggey that you were asking about.
It has super duper been 5 minutes, by the way.
This is a penalty, so I'm taking it a little longer. Unless you don't
enough.
want me to.
Oh no, by all means, go as long as you like.
I mean, how much longer is in this case? Probably not long.
I want to say about a fourth to a fifth of the transcript.
Christ almighty, wow.
But there's no actual testimonies, so it's a little bit shorter than that sounds.
Fair enough. About the prince, pal. From the medicine bottle. Oh, so? Do you know who the prince belonged to now? Hey, do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. You betches. Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. Dear Sergio Tigres, paw prints, alright. That's great. We've got him now, Nick. ... What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make the difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Eh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage, what we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. That fact, the fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. Dot dot dot, exclamation mark, dot dot dot, I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggey. And I've been working on something useless, on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Oh, and in comes Viola Cadaverini. Dot, dot, dot. Oh, no, it's Maggey. Detective Gumshoe? Maggey! You've been working on something for me? Dot, dot, dot. Sorry I let you down, Maggey. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I missed what he said because he said it too quickly and upside down. Detective
He's really sorry. He'll get out of your hair now.
Oh, I thought it was something like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait. He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? Court record? Do I have the bottle back? No, I don't. Why don't I have the bottle back? That bottle was important. Is there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Oh, good. Small bottle put into pocket. The victim's ear medicine covered in Sergio Tigre's fingerprints. Okay. So why is it being or why does it matter that it's covered in Tigre's fingerprints? You know what? It's getting close to midnight. I want to finish this quickly. So I'll redeem your points, LG. And we're flipping back vertically. That way, all of that was just done for free. I'll have to figure out how to redeem your points, though.
I'm pretty sure it is a thing that can be done.
It is. I know it is. I just can't remember how the hell to do it. Regardless, you still got all that time from the penalty. I want to think that that's worth the penalty. But let's just get through it. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yeah. Cups of coffee number 15.
Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court. Can't we?
think, Phoenix. Oh god, this is a problem. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you going to waste, comrade? I have never been to court before. But you lawyers definitely know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Oh God Almighty. Guess who's saving again? Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. I mean, I'm gonna be honest here, right? I'm gonna say it's this small bottle. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's, Your Honor? Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What are you talking about, comrade? ... But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. Oh, Tigre himself doesn't know. My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle. Is that what you are saying, comrade? Well, what is in it? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains...
Does it contain?
I mean, the judge and what's-his-name are gonna fucking call me out if I say it contains potassium cyanide. But I'm gonna say it's potassium fucking cyanide. Well, I'm gonna save first, and then I'm gonna say it's potassium fucking cyanide. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. L, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? I'm surprised Godot hasn't jumped down my throat already. Russian, you would make good clown, you know that, comrade? What? You are never going to get these to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like this is gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Mr. Phoenix, right? I was you after all. I was Fauxnix Pastaboy. This is no bottle with cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Do not mess with the tiger, or you are going to get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and was made of glass, comrade. That cheap piece of trash looks nothing like it. Ah, but how do you know what the cyanide bottle looks like? And Godot looks frazzled, and the judge is like, are you fucking kidding me? And the courtroom is dead silent. Dot, 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 dot. Got him. At last. What are you doing, comrade? What are you so quiet about? Why is everyone so quiet? I said that bottle Is this the bottle you're referring to? That is correct, comrade. That is bottle with that cyanide was in. But you are not going to find my prints on that bottle. Do not let that cozy-looking suit fool you people. This lawyer is just playing games. He is stupid. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell this guy where to go. To Siberia. To Gulag.
You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said?
What I said? What are you talking about, comrade? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. Grr? But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. Comrade, what is going on? You do not know who you are messing with. I am the Tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. Do you think that I am going to let some silly little lawyer get the better of me? Sure, last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Russian grrrr. Whoa! Ooh, holy fucking shit. And he's broken. What's going on? It looks like a blackout. Oh,
Well
hey.
done, Trite. Well done, Trite. I
That was
saved my
ominous.
17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it.
So
While
wait,
you watch the
Oh, yep, he's splashed. But that's only 16 by my count.
Oh, I jumped the gun on that one, didn't I?
A little bit, but not by much.
Ah.
Well, then savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey.
Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Well, that's the follow-up to the Eeny Meeny reference from last game. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot?
He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glen Elk, Your Honor.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Ms. Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was.
And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the Tiger made one mistake.
Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Sergio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal.
The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there.
Godot. Well, I am now in position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant Maggey Bird. Phew!
Oh, your turn.
Not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned. Yada yada yada. I say it's going to say no one, but blah blah blah. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggey. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggey. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe, you came through again, buddy. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Well, wait! Dut. Detective Gumshoe? Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggey. Thanks. The... I knew you was innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, I was, Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggey, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around and... Yes, but that's kind of what he does. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggey. You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggey. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. You were on the force. You know this. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. Gotta prove to her that Gumshoe really... Well, gee, I wondered why I still had Gumshoe's weenies hanging around. I should have presented that in court, but no. Have some weenies. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. ... I actually really like weenies, you know. Uh-oh, Maya's hungry.
You and me both, girl.
Yeah, Maya's hungry. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, did it? Yes, an extra half hour plus. Is it okay if I eat this now? Go ahead. So, how is it, Maggey? It's really good. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggey have all been cleared up. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. And that's it for Recipe for a Turnabout. But...
That's right, baby! I am back!
And he's wearing that stupid jacket.
I will be here for you when you return me.
Why? Turnabout beginnings.
Turnabout beginnings. The start of it all.
But yeah, just in case y'all thought I was kidding, no, I actually have the Apollo Justice trilogy.
I told you he would be back! I told you!
You did. I shouldn't have doubted. But alright. God damn it, that jackass never goes away. Alright, so that's going to wrap things up for today. If you only caught part of today's stream, you can watch the entire thing on my YouTube channel over there, which is where I upload all of my content to. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to see me go live, you can catch me on my Twitch channel over there. I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Monday evenings are, and will be for quite some time, Ace Attorney. Wednesday evenings are West of Loathing. And obviously you can see that I have West of Loathing sequel Shadows Over Loathing, so I will be dealing with that at a later point as well. Let's see. You can also catch me over on the Bulba Garden channel, as has been alluded to several times today. I am streaming Pokemon Y version there Sunday morning starting at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. I hate it. It's miserable, and I can't wait for it to be over. After which I'll be streaming Pokemon Crystal. Anyway, you can also find other streamers there, such as Caps Fan, whom you can also find on his channel there, and when she is able to, you can find Dawning Winds there Saturday evenings, and also on her own channel over there. Dawning was unable to join us tonight because she is not feeling well again. Hopefully, resting for the past couple of days has helped, and she'll be able to stream on her channel tomorrow night, and she'll be back for West of Loathing on Wednesday on this channel. I will be back here for West of Loathing on this channel Wednesday evening, regardless. So I hope you're all looking forward to that. And then, of course, I'll be back here next Monday for more Ace Attorney. I think that's as good a place as any to wrap things up for tonight. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer. I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.
Good night, everybody.